All right, thank you all for joining us. We're going to go ahead and get this meeting started. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Furman.
Present.
Councilmember Holmes.
Present.
Councilmember Miller.
Present.
And Mayor Ortiz.
Present. Thank you. And we'll move on to our invocation. We have Pastor Jason Duff from Garden Fellowship Church. Thank you for joining us, Pastor.
Father, we thank you so much for the privilege of being here tonight, and we pray for the city of Indio, that your hand would be upon it. We thank you for our city council, for our mayor, for our police department, for our city manager, for everyone who makes this city run the way it does. And I pray for them, blessing upon them and their families. I pray protection upon them, and I pray for wisdom as they make decisions concerning our city. May you be here in this meeting, we pray. In your name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. And now we'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Today we have Allison Demke with us. She's from Johnson, fifth grader from Johnson Elementary, which is the elementary school I went to too. Thank you for joining us. So Allison's a fifth grader at Johnson Elementary. She enjoys playing the drums as part of the MES band and competing with robotics through the school's ELOP program. Allison plays club soccer for Desert United Soccer Club, and she also hopes to compete in the Olympics when she grows up. Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen.
All right. Thank you, Allison. And we have a backpack here for you. You want to take a quick picture? There you go. And okay. Awesome. All right. Thank you. Nice meeting you. See you. All right, we'll move on to our next item, City Attorney Report on Closed Session.
Thank you, Mayor. There's no reportable action from closed session today.
All right, thank you. And we'll move on to a few presentations, and I'll come down here for those. Oh, let me get a microphone. She'll be right back with these. And so today, first proclamation we have is for Hispanic Heritage Month, which is September 15th through October 15th. And today we wanted to present this proclamation to Todek Legal Center. So go ahead and join us down here. Let's give them a round of applause, please. So I decided to choose Todek because of the great work they do with our immigrant community. They help in citizenship opportunities. They help people get their legal documentation, which is extremely helpful. And, you know, I remember when I first started getting into politics, one of the big issues I saw was immigration. That's really what got me to study more than just sciences, which is what I was into, and got me more into politics and to paying attention to everything going on. So I really appreciate the work that you and your organization are doing in our community and all the new opportunities that you're bringing to all these families. So thank you very much. And I'll let you share a few words about your program.
Thank you. We are very humbled to receive this award. All our team, it's a big family that we have within Todek, and our job is to protect and defend those vulnerable populations, which are farm workers and immigrants that reside here in the region. So I want to introduce some of our team members here. We have Magda, Yesenia, Araceli, Natalia, Alma, Rosa, Alberto, and Ish, and we have Jerry over there. But thank you in the name of all of our organization.
Thank you so much. And I'll go ahead and read this off. So it says, whereas nationally, September 15th through October 15th is National Hispanic Heritage Month and the focal point for recognizing and celebrating the many achievements of Latino Americans and applauding their proud legacy of service and dedication to the city. Whereas the City of Indio commemorates the strong and visible roots of Hispanic heritage in the national, regional, and local landscape of our nation. And now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Oscar Ortiz, Mayor of the City of Indio, along with the Indio City Council, do hereby proclaim September 15, 2023 through October 15, 2023 as National Hispanic Heritage Month, and encourage and promote a strong and inclusive community that recognizes and celebrates efforts to bring people together for a greater good. All right. Thank you for joining us again. That's really Thank you so much. All right, thank you. And this one's going to be Ian. And next up, we have National Information Technology Professionals Day. And to receive this, we have Ian Cozens from our IT department. Hey. Oh, we have the Mats coming too. Awesome. Oh, we got the whole team coming in there. Quite the whole team. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. All right. Thanks for joining us. So this is the team that keeps us cyber safe here in the city and protects all of our emails and computers and all the sensitive information we have going on, but also is doing a great job at updating a lot of our systems. Right now you'll see that we have a lot of new electronic systems for permitting and for licenses and all these great things that are making us a lot more efficient and a lot more organized here in the city. So please give them a round of applause for all their hard work. You want to share a little bit about your team or introduce some of your team members there?
Sure. Yeah, I'm Ian Cozens. I'm the IT director. We got Matthew Herrera here, Stephen La Barbera, Raymond Asejo, Miroslav Prokolab, Gerard Pera, and we're missing a couple. We got Tony Sturgill, our GIS guy. We have Tim Bell, who is another systems engineer, and is that everybody? Yeah, I think that's everybody. So, and these are the guys that really do it all. These guys right here, along with a couple other that I mentioned, they're the ones that are out there day to day helping people and making sure everything runs. I'm just kind of up there, a figurehead, and making sure that they get what they need to do their jobs.
All right. Well, thank you all so much for the work that you do for our city. We really do appreciate all your work day in and day out to keep us flowing here in the city. We know how many issues come through all those emails and spams and all kinds of different things. So we really appreciate you guys, and also appreciate the work that goes on in every city council meeting we have to getting us online and out to the community and increasing that outreach out to our community. So I'll go ahead and read this. It says, whereas it is the acknowledgement and appreciation of the technical experts, network engineers, system administrators, database administrators, business system analysts, GIS analysts, and service desk technicians who ensure our networks, applications, tools, technology, and information are kept secure, ensuring technical processes, systems, and devices operate smoothly. Whereas the City of Indio recognizes the importance and benefits of information technology professionals as an integral role enriching the lives of our community members, securing a desirable place to live, work, play, and visit. Whereas the City of Indio has designated the third Tuesday of each September as National Information Technology Professionals Day. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Oscar Ortiz, Mayor of the City of Indio, along with the Indio City Council, do hereby proclaim September 19, 2023 as National Information Technology Professionals Day in the City of Indio. Thank you. Okay. Next up, we have Constitution Day, Citizenship Day, and Constitution Week. And we have to receive this, Deanne Bronoff and the Daughters of the American Revolution. Did I get the name right? You did. Deanne? All right. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good to meet you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Well, thank you for bringing this to our attention. We do definitely want to celebrate our Constitution and citizenship, and going along with the people that we honored earlier, right? The importance of citizenship and people being active in their communities is really important. So I'll go ahead and let you guys share a few words about your organization, if you'd like.
Hello. In addition to myself being an Indio resident here and a DAR, have Deb Garby, who is also a resident here and a member, and our regent, Alice Barnhart. And I want to just briefly tell you a little bit about Daughters of the American Revolution. Basically, we have one chapter here, and so anyone who thinks they might be interested, I'd encourage you to apply and get more information. But the purpose of our organization is not for profit, is education, historic preservation, and honoring our veterans. So thank you so much for the proclamation today.
No problem. Thank you, and thank you for your great work. I'll go ahead and read this off. It says, sorry. No, it's okay. It says, whereas September 17, 2023 marks the 236th anniversary of signing of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention in 1787. Whereas each year on September 17th, Americans celebrate Constitution Day, reflecting on the rights and responsibilities of citizenship and what it means to be a U.S. citizen. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Oscar Ortiz, Mayor of the City of Indio, along with the Indio City Council, do hereby proclaim September 17, 2023 as Constitution Day and Citizenship Day, and further proclaim the week of September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week, and ask all citizens to reaffirm the ideals of framers of the Constitution had in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties, remembering that lost rights may never be regained. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Community Planning Month, and we have to accept this one, Ms. Kendra Reef. All right. Oh, we have some of your teammates here, too. Thanks for joining us. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. So these are the community planners here that we have in our city that are responsible for all of the new buildings that you see coming up and new businesses going on and all the new developments. So really appreciate all of your hard work. We know we're keeping you very busy these days. And we have some new team members as well, helping to keep up with that big workload that we're giving them in 2023. So we really appreciate all your hard work. And you know, we've seen a lot of projects come to the finish line in these past couple of months. So we just really appreciate all the hard work that goes into those. And we'll go ahead and let you share a little bit about your team.
I just want to keep things short because I know we have a long agenda tonight. So I want to say thank you to Audrey and Nico and Kevin for all of their help and support with getting all these projects done. I also want to thank the City Council and the Planning Commission, the City Manager's Office, and all of the agencies, both internal and external, that help provide comments to us and assist us in the review process and helping get these projects through the entitlement process.
Well, thank you very much, and I'll go ahead and read this off. It says, whereas change is constant and affects all cities, towns, suburbs, counties, boroughs, townships, rural areas, and other places. Whereas community planning and plans can help manage this change in a way that provides better choices for how people work and live. And whereas community planning provides an opportunity for all residents to be meaningfully involved in making choices that determine the future of their community. And whereas we recognize the many valuable contributions made by professional community and regional planners of the state of California and extend our heartfelt thanks for the continued commitment to public service by these professionals. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Oscar Ortiz, Mayor of the City of Indio, along with the Indio City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2023 as Community Planning Month in the City of Indio in conjunction with the celebration of National Community Planning Month. Thank you. One more. And we have one more to celebrate today. And so we have the 10-year anniversary for Universal Training Center. And we have Mr. Iggy Lujan here to accept the recognition. So this is one of our local small businesses, and we just wanted to congratulate him on 10 successful years of the gym being open here in the city of Indio. And we'll let you share a little bit about your team and your gym out there.
Thank you, everyone, for having me here. First of all, let me just say that I'm born and raised here, and I love my community here, and I love the city of Indio. So I feel very blessed to be here. 10 years, the years go by so fast. If anyone is into health and fitness, we're right over the bridge, Universal Training Center off Market Street. If you're not into health and fitness, it's never too late to start, and we all start somewhere. So thank you so much for having me. Happy to be here. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. And, we're just really happy to see all the people that getting involved there at the gym, and getting their health back together. We've seen so many, the transformational videos, right, of people who come in and then they show the pictures of later on. They've been there for a couple of months with your guys' help. Also, a lot of fundraisers that you guys do for the community there as well. This weekend, they had the Strongman Jameson, the second event there. That's the second event that they're holding for a young child who actually was diagnosed with cancer. And cancer just came back, so they had another fundraiser for them. So we just see you guys doing a lot of good things for the community and being very helpful out there, being a good members of our city. So we just want to show you that appreciation.
Let me just say one thing. Go ahead. So many great people at our gym, trainers, instructors, and members, that I didn't realize getting into this, the kind of platform I would have. And this weekend was a good example, raising money for this child who has leukemia. And it was a good turnout. People came from out of town, Riverside, Redlands, all that good area. And it was a fun time, fun event, and I'm really happy to be a part of it. Thank you.
And you got another event coming up on the 22nd, right? October 22nd?
October 22nd, we have our first Strongman official competition.
Oh, wow.
We have 100 competitors, and so we're going to take over the parking lot, and we're going to pull some trucks, we're going to pull some big rigs, they're going to do all kinds of crazy stuff. Yeah.
And you said that's going to be the first Strongman?
First one in the valley. They're usually held in LA and those areas, San
Bigger
Diego.
cities.
We brought it here to the city of Indio.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again. Here's your certificate, and we'll get a little picture here.
Yeah, he's our representative. Come on. There you go.
I don't know if y'all know, but pretty big themselves. But these guys are fixtures at the gym as well. So you see Wayman hitting the iron. This guy hitting the speed bag. Very athletic. Yes.
Only hang out there for like 5 minutes.
He's more of a cardio bunny these days.
Was it 10 years ago we competed together?
Oh gosh, longer than that. We're going.
You're older,
I'd say,
Wayman.
15 years
15 years ago? Okay, yeah.
All right.
Thank you
See
so
you,
much.
myself.
Need some water.
It's almost over. You got the finish line.
Oh, I left my agenda down there. All right, we'll move on to city manager reports and information.
I think with the length of the agenda, I'll forego my report for this evening, Mayor.
All right. We got time. It's okay. No, I'm just kidding.
I haven't started talking.
We'll keep Wayman short. Nah. Just kidding. All right, we'll go on to report on city council external internal board meetings. Ms. Holmes?
Okay, I'll just talk really, really fast. How's that? I had Good evening, everyone. I had several meetings over this last few weeks, actually. We'll start with the Coachella Valley Conservation Commission. Just a couple of things. We acquired 24 acres at Upper Mission Creek and Big Morongo Conservation Area at a cost of about $167,000. Again, it adds to the already great area there for people to hike and enjoy nature and preserve nature. We approved an additional $751,000 for additional fencing to close some of the gaps with the bighorn sheep. I know that doesn't necessarily affect Indio per se, but the bighorn sheep are part of our desert culture, shall we say. They're very important to preserve. And before the fences were going up, there were a lot of issues with the sheep and issues in the neighborhood. So there were safety issues, reproduction issues, water issues. And so a few years ago, we embarked. This fence has taken forever to build, and we're near the finish line, and we just needed a few more dollars to close some of the gaps as it went up, as it goes up, that traverses the hills. Let's see, Coachella Valley Mountains Conservancy. We received a grant, almost $3 million. The concept is to promote nature-based solutions and conservation, climate resilience, wildfire prevention, community access, and natural resources. So we gave away 4 grants, 2 to the Friends of the Desert Mountains, 1 for bilingual community education program on native planting and promoting urban greening, and the other to hire an administrator. We also gave 1 to the Oswald Land Trust and University of California, Riverside. Again, everything is maintenance, upkeep, preserving our conservation land. But the really fun part of that meeting was a Proposition 68 local assistance grant that we applied for our East Indio Hills trailhead. And so we were approved. The city of Indio was requesting, and we were approved for the $150,000 to expand and improve the parking lot on city-owned land. We call it the Badlands up there. It's where Gulf Center Parkway feeds into Avenue 42. And so it was really great when it opened, and it's well used, but it needs a little tender loving care. So we're going to construct a 28,000 square foot parking lot with colored asphalt pavement on the existing dirt lot. Any of you who have been up there, the dirt lot is well used. Installation of new entrance archway sign, 930 square feet of new sidewalk, which is nice. It'll be 6 feet wide, and then a lot of planting and trees and palm trees just to make it nice, solar fixtures, etc. So very, very excited about that. I don't think we'll ever live that down. I was on the commission. You were there. City manager was there, and that was just like, hey, we all came out to support. That was really kind of cool. Let's see. The next thing is Coachella Valley Association of Governments Transportation Committee. Again, I'll give a few highlights, and I'll save the best for last. So Tropical Storm Hillary played havoc on 3 cities in particular. And so we're talking about Ramon Road, Vistachina Drive, Indio Canyon, and Gene Autry Trail. Extensive flooding went through, and we even, as you recall, had to close to Interstate 10. And so CVAG, we've been working with Michael Baker International to look at and identify in an expedient manner some cost-effective solutions so that we can get the design completed and get the project's construction ready so that this just doesn't happen again. And so the additional share of project costs for Palm Springs, Cathedral City, and Desert Hot Springs in a not to exceed $3.9 million to Michael Baker. Our hearts go out to Cathedral City, in particular, the homes, the residents that had some really catastrophic events there. We have our own broadband strategic plan that we're working on, but so does CVAG. And so we entertain an addition to the professional service agreement with HR Green. And ultimately, this will facilitate that last mile, particularly to areas that are underserved. I think that's really the most important part and what the focus is. City of La Quinta, they've been hit really hard, not just with this storm, but in previous storms. So they needed some funding for right-of-way and construction of a new bridge along Avenue 50, spanning the evacuation channel. So It was what's called the Avenue 50 Bridge Project. $3.8 million was part of a reimbursement agreement for this. Again, really the damage was so severe. It impedes, it has safety ramifications, not just people coming and going, residents being just sort of, you know, in a situation where they can't get in or out. So lots of issues. I think the storm really brought a lot of concerns to a head, and CVAG is trying to deal with it. We're looking at, there's an ad hoc committee that was put together to look at highway improvements. I mean, we all know that Interstate 10 is getting busier and busier. Well, that's because we're growing. But I think there still needs to be some alternatives. So we put together an ad hoc committee to study how we might be able to improve that thoroughfare east and west on Interstate 10. I know they've widened the lanes recently, but looking out over a broader period of time, I think we need more help. And then again, saving the best for last, we had some more meaning Indio. We have some dollars from the the State Transportation Improvement Program, called the STIP. There's a reason they call that the STIP. Anyways, $6.7 million for our Monroe Street Interstate 10 bridge, and I'm going to ask our, Tim Wassel to give us more of the detail on that, because I know this is something we've all been waiting for. And yes, it will be constructed.
Indeed. Of course, thanks to Council and Councilwoman Elaine and CVAG, there was an additional $6.7 million towards Monroe Interchange. But the unfortunate part is when we secured the funding with the help of CVAG, that was back in December of 2022. So all what we had at that time was were estimates up until that time based on earlier set of plans, earlier stage of the project. We call it the 65% at that time. That's where we were. So when our team, Michael Baker and the county and everybody updated that, when we had more information in May of 2023, unfortunately the cost went up quite substantially, and a lot of that cost is due to the increase in unit prices. Many of these unit prices that we're finding out are actually going up as high as 800%. So all of that together raised the estimated cost of the interchange from the $89 million to about $117 million. So the gap that we have to close now is about $28 million. Thanks to CVAG, we have 6.7 down, so we're still shy about $21 million. Mr. Kirk at CVAG and I spoke about that, and we met with the team, and we explained the situation, and he felt pretty comfortable that we're going to be able to close that gap. We're almost there. So that's the report. One of the things that we actually added was part of our general plan, which is a cycle track. We allow for a type 4 or class 4 bike lane, which is a separated bike lane that's going to over the bridge. And that's going to be the first one in the entire Coachella Valley, and that's important. I mean, we're building the CV Link. We're spending so much money on the CV Link, and that in itself added a little over $3 million, but it's needed and it's part of our general plan. So that's just a quick synopsis.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Sorry, Tim, you mentioned one of the prices that went up over 800%, but I missed what you mentioned.
Unit prices, some of the unit prices of certain items in the bridge and the construction.
So like supplies? Supplies
and construction material, construction management, everything has gone up. It's just crazy.
Gotcha. Thanks.
It's better to know now than when we open bids.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly.
Thank you.
And then the last two things, it's really quite wonderful to be able to announce it. We have two large sit-down restaurants. Jackalope Ranch open, fantastic food, really great service, and Texas Roadhouse today. They opened today. So very exciting. I know everybody here in Indio has been talking about sit-down restaurants. Well, we have plenty of sit-down restaurants, lots of mom and pop places. I could just name a dozen of them off. But it's really nice to have facilities of the caliber and type of Jackalope and Texas Roadhouse. It's really nice to have them in our city. So we welcome them. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes mine.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Furman.
All righty, I'll go ahead and start mine. I'll be brief. I did have a Riverside County Transportation Commission, and during the the duration of the meeting, we did have one item where we approved the State Transportation Improvement Program, which is referred to as a STIP program, which gave us $6 million toward our CV rail project. Just an update on the CV rail project. We're still in Tier 2, and we're waiting on a federal grant called the CRISI grant. That's another federal acronym, so don't ask me what it stands for. However, we still need another $40 million, and that's what we're aiming at right now. So we're still waiting on that. Once we clear this phase, we'll go into Tier 3, which would be our stops and construction, those things where we need to start talking about right-of-ways and those kind of things. So we're still in that. I also had a CVAG Public Safety Committee meeting where I was elected chair once again, so that's 4 years in a row. So that's all fun. We did talk about the floods. I know the council members spoke on some of that. One of the biggest things I took from that was Bruce Barton from Riverside County. He's the director of emergency management. He gave an update and talked about funding. And right now, collectively, we're about $145 million worth of damages from the flood. And we still have to meet a threshold to get federal funding into Southern California. And we're waiting on Los Angeles County to give their estimates. However, the down portion of it is a small portion of that will, go to private properties. The funding is really not for private properties, more for infrastructure and those kind of things. So that's the downside of getting this federal funding. There will be some grant opportunities out there that folks are looking at for some of the businesses, especially hit hard in Cathedral City. But that was part of it. Supervisor Perez was there. He gave an update as far as countywide, the folks who were affected with loss of power, some of the infrastructure problems, down in the megathermal area, all the way up to Palm Springs. We had both our Congress members who have been touring the area, so they're still waiting on the president to sign a federal declaration, a disaster relief fund. So that's one thing. And the other thing before I move on, I want to touch on is our Avenue 44 low crossing. I had a lot of folks reach out to me about that. And if you go back to our February storm, Valentine's Day was 2019, the council had a decision to make to go ahead and rebuild the low crossing, which we did all say it was going to be temporary. It wasn't going to be the fix. The fix is building the bridge, which we still have planned, and it's a funding issue, so we're waiting on funding for that. So for the folks who have questions, why did they rebuild the low crossing? Well, either we rebuilt the low crossing or we have nothing at all because we're still waiting on funding for the bridge. So the funding, once we get it, we'll be turning some dirt over there. In the meantime, I want to ask folks to stay away from that area. Please do not go past the barricades. Right when the storm happened, a lot of folks were taking photos and videos and those things. Very dangerous area. And as you know, a week or so after Hillary, we had another storm come in, and the roads were very flooded. And we have, I'd like to ask the city manager, if we could really look at the West Circle Drive area, which is just north of that area. We've had some big issues there with flooding, some of the drainage there. I know we have a $5 million grant for Jackson. I don't know if we can incorporate that, but it's just, it was pretty bad. I drove over there prior to it getting too bad, and it was terrible. So then I also, what else did I have? Those are all my meetings. Oh, I'm sorry. Today I did have a homelessness meeting for CVAG, and one of the notable items was the implementation of CARE Court, which stands for Community Assistance Recovery Empowerment Court, and it's state mandated. The governor signed off on that last year. As mayor, I supported that initiative, and what that is, it's going to address the chronic homeless individuals, folks who have mental illness and or substance abuse problems that in our community. And initially, when this came out, it was going to be only in the western part of the county as a pilot program. But I asked today, was it going to be countywide? So it will be countywide. And one of the other concerns I had, would it take away from our our judges and our court magistrates, because we did have an issue having to let a lot of cases go because they weren't heard in time. So the county said that they do have judges assigned for this program now, and it's up to 24 months where an individual can be referred to by our police. It could be referred to by a family member, a community member, to this program. It is voluntary, but it's tend to work towards those folks who have severe mental illness or substance abuse problems. And one of the other concerns I had with this program is there isn't really a component in this that mandates housing, right? So we do have a housing shortage in our region, or in our world, I should say. However, the governor did allocate a lot of funding towards housing, so we hope that this is going to assist with that. And that concludes my boards. I did attend Friends and Family for Jackalope Ranch, so that's very exciting stuff that we have Jackalope Ranch open again. And the council member mentioned Texas Roadhouse, which opened today at 3, and so that's great. I also did attend the RAP Foundation as a judge, judging the nonprofits for funding. So they have a fast pitch program where they have the nonprofits come out and they apply for this funding up to, I believe it's $100,000. So I was able to judge that, which was a really great program. So many nonprofits in our area. I believe it takes a special individual to really work in the nonprofit sector. So we have folks working in autism, folks working with senior citizens, folks working with veterans, folks working with struggling young parents. So really great event. And I also attended the Indio Middle School back to school night for the community portion of it, along with Indio Police Department. So that was really good. So I want to thank Principal Herrera and her staff over at Indio Middle School. And this morning I also attended Oliphant Elementary School's welcoming. What they're doing, they're having community members come out and welcome in the kids in the morning. So I was at Oliphant Elementary this morning. So that was great, and thank you to Principal Heskin for having me there, and that will conclude my report.
All right, thank you. Mr. Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't have, all my committees were dark. We did have a couple opportunities. They mentioned the restaurants, but also we had the all-mayor, all-tribal council meeting that we had that updates everything that goes on in the city. I want to thank the mayor for his presentation and all the work he's done, along with our staff for all the opportunities that we've made. As you heard of the new restaurants coming in, we've roads going on, and that all comes from leadership. So I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being able to provide the leadership for us. And then secondly, I want to thank our city staff. If you don't recognize all the stuff that went on behind the scenes, the sandbags that were out here, led by our leadership, our city manager, but it was our police department, our public works. We had sandbags out here. We had sand being dumped. We had people working, filling bags for our residents, and you don't see that very often in public service. And that just shows the dedication that our staff has to our community as a whole. And then our community rallied together and helped other individuals by bagging up sandbags and taking them to people's houses that weren't able to get out. So I want to thank our staff, our police department, and everyone for the work they did during the storm, because I don't think he saw a lot of cities come together as much as this one did, but it just shows the leadership that we have, and I want to say thank you. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor, and yes, thank you, staff, for all the hard work. That wasn't easy. I have no reports this evening. I only want to let the community know that we do have a pumpkin patch in Indio. Can't see it because it's indoors. It's a little too hot to have a pumpkin patch outside, so the Riverside County Fair and National Date Festival has set up a scare and pumpkin patch inside one of the buildings at the fairgrounds. It's going to open September 29th, the weekend, and it's going to go through October 31st, which is Halloween night. So if you're looking for something fun and safe to do on Halloween night, you can go to the Date Festival's event. It's about a couple of hours for you to go through the scare portion of the pumpkin patch. And if you'd like more information, you can visit their website or their Facebook page. Their website is datefest.org, datefest.org. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So today, at first, I wanted to thank staff for their help. We have some families who are struggling to relocate after their apartments were damaged by the storms, and their hotel vouchers are running out. So we're working together with staff, the owner, Coachella Valley Housing Coalition, to try to get all these families, try to house all these families while they wait for the repairs on their units. We've also sent them contacts for other avenues of assistance. I also wanted to congratulate Jackalope Ranch on their reopening last week and Texas Roadhouse on their opening today, just a few hours ago. Congratulations to both businesses. Last week I attended the CV Unified State of the District and heard about some of the new programs and services being offered there to those students. I also attended the 9/11 event here in front of City Hall. Wanted to thank our staff and our partners and the nonprofits and public safety officials who showed up to honor those we've lost over the years due to those attacks. I also attended the Mayor's Luncheon and was able to share some of the work we've been doing here by some of the good work being done here by our staff and community to improve our economy, our housing supply, and improve our services to our residents. I recently had 2 meetings with the Southern California Association of Governments. One was a joint policy meeting where we discussed Connect SoCal 2024. The draft is out now. If you'd like to check it out, it's on the September 7th Joint Policy Committee meeting. This is for the 6 counties going up until 2050, and they do account each city's general plan and try to plan around those documents as they build their Southern California document. The plan's currently estimating about $750 billion in investments in the region during that time, with 60% going to operations and maintenance, 37% going to capital projects, and 3% going to debt service. The plan outlines strategies for increasing housing supply, goods movements, and mobility while reducing our emissions and our impact on the environment. It also has some new assumptions, such as the assumption that 22 to 25% of workdays will be work from home, which is already changing the dynamics of our transportation systems and will need to be looked at continuously. One big concern was that we're estimating a loss in $93 billion in tax revenues because of the gas tax. Because of the implementation of electric vehicles and zero-emission vehicles. So staff stated the state's looking to move more to a fee charged by miles driven, possibly, but that's still in the works. But that should be able to compensate for the losses that we're seeing in the gas tax. At the regional council meeting, went over some of the recommendations to the state for the RENA housing unit allocations. The regional council had 14 suggestions that were sent to the state on how these numbers are calculated and the regulations associated with those numbers. We also had a meeting with the CVAG Energy and Sustainability Committee where we once again talked about Senator Padilla's bill for a Salton Sea Conservancy. He did make some significant amendments which accommodate some of our requests from last spring, and I think we're getting closer to being able to support the bill, but the committee still wants to see some more engagement with the local community and local authorities before granting that support. And that's all I have for today. We'll move on to our consent calendar. Do you have to recuse on any items?
I do. I guess I was waiting to see if anybody was going to pull any items, and then we can maybe take them separately.
Sure.
Just for the record, there's so much going on downtown, and I have a financial interest in a piece of property within 500 to 1,000 feet, so I will be recusing myself or not voting, as the case may be, on items 8.5, 8.7, 8.14, and 8.15.
Is there any other items that anybody would like to pull?
No, but if not, I'll make a motion to approve consent calendar, except for 8.5, 8.7, 8.14, 8.15.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Furman. I'll second that. And a second from Councilmember Miller. Please go ahead and vote. Motion passes 5-0. And now we'll go ahead and entertain a motion for the remaining items.
I'll make a motion to approve consent calendar items 8.5, 8.7, 8.14, 8.15.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion from Councilmember Furman and a second from Councilmember Miller. Go ahead and submit your votes. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you. Now we'll move on to administrative items. 9.1 IEFA resolution number 2023-02.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to introduce Mr. Bryan Forbath. He is bond counsel, disclosure counsel on this matter. He, as well as a group of fine and talented consultants, have been working with city staff on the IEFA, which is the Indio Electric Finance Authority. What before you here this evening is the opportunity to take the next step in that effort to bring some much needed infrastructure, electric infrastructure, to the city. So with that, Mr. Forbath has a brief presentation, and then we'll be available for questions.
All right.
Good evening, Mayor Ortiz, council members. Pleasure to be in front of you this evening. So we're just a little bit of background, just to remind council and the audience where we come from here. Back in June, the city approved the formation of the Indio Electric Financing Authority, and that was also approved by IID at that point in time. It's a joint powers agency, pursuant to which you're both members, and pursuant to which you all, as the City Council, City of Indio, sit as the board of directors. So your actions tonight are taken on behalf of the Indio Electric Financing Authority. Subsequently that, on July 19th, the Indio Electric Financing Authority in its first meeting approved the charging of a surcharge on every kilowatt hour of electricity used within the city of Indio at roughly ½ cent per kilowatt hour. And at that time also entered into a servicing agreement with IID, pursuant to which IID will collect that surcharge on every electric bill that goes out to the city, commencing in the surcharge will commence in November 1 of this year. So today, why was the surcharge put in place? And the surcharge is put in place in order to provide for the issuance of bonds. The action before you tonight is authorization to issue not to exceed $70 million worth of bonds. Then also to approve certain projects, which we'll talk about in a minute on the next slide, and to authorize the execution and delivery of certain documents needed in connection with the issuance of those bonds. The resolution provides certain parameters, again, not to exceed $70 million, a maximum interest rate of just under 7%, and an underwriter's discount of 1.5%. The projects that are to be financed are the Avenue 42 project, the Dr. Carrion project, Northgate project, and the Avenue 40 project. And what this essentially is allowing for or providing for the financing of additional transformer substations to be built at two of these sites, the Avenue 42 and the Dr. Carrion, and then the Northgate project and the Avenue 40 project are brand new sites that provide substations. And the purpose of the construction of these sites is to enhance and provide system reliability enhancements to the existing service in the city of Indio. The documents before you tonight are an indenture of trust and a first supplement to that indenture. And that's really the contract that the city will enter into with the bond owners. It's between not the city, but the Indio Electric Financing Authority. That's the contract with the bond trustee on behalf of bond owners that controls the flow of funds and where all the money is kept and how bonds get paid. There's also a bond purchase agreement, which is the contract pursuant with the bond underwriter, Piper Sandler, pursuant to which the bonds will be sold and offered to the public. There's also a cost reimbursement agreement, and that's subject to, I think, the next item on the agenda tonight, where the city is considering advancing certain funds for some of these long lead time items to get these projects moving. And so this would allow, provide for the IEFA to reimburse the city for those funds that it advances if and when bonds are issued. Excuse me. And then the last document for you is the project agreement. And there'll be a project agreement for each of the 4 projects that we're talking about. And these project agreements are still subject to approval by IID, pursuant to the joint powers agreement that the board entered into. IID must approve any of the projects that are to be financed by IEFA. And so the action tonight approves the form of this project agreement and authorizes staff to complete that process in connection with each of the 4 projects that have been identified on this evening. So just a quick high view of the proposed financing structure. We're talking about fixed rate bonds, so we'll know what the interest rates of the bonds are, just like a fixed rate mortgage, when we go and issue them. We are going to pre-fund some interest on the bonds for up to 6 months, and the real reason why we're doing that is to allow, since this is a brand new utility and there's no cash at the utility, by pre-funding up to 6 months, this allows the utility to collect, the finance authority to collect 6 months of revenues and then have that sort of in reserve to provide sort of liquidity for the system and for the bond owners. Payment dates are scheduled to be in July and January of each year, with the first principal or first payment really starting in January of 2025. We're actively pursuing bond insurance for the transaction, and if we do that, what will happen is there's a third-party bond insurer that comes in, just like what we had for the lease revenue bonds that the city had, that provides an insurance policy to wrap the deal, and by having that, you take advantage of their AA+ rating, and it'll lower the costs of issuing, lower the debt service cost for the bonds. We'll also fund a reserve fund for the bonds. And again, the bond payments are secured by the surcharge revenues that will be collected on the IID bills and then transmitted directly to the trustee pursuant to the servicing agreement on behalf of the IEFA. And again, U.S. Bank will serve as the trustee and make the debt service payments to bond owners. This is just a brief summary of what we expect the projected cost of issuing, the projected sources and uses of funds for the transaction. We're seeing, these are just estimates based on sort of current market rates and sort of like the most conservative assumptions, but we're assuming that we're going to get a project fund in the range of $57 to $60 million to fund the substations. Again, this is just what shows what the debt service schedule would look for the bonds, roughly about just under $4.5 million a year. Finance team is Stradley Yacht Carlson Routh. That's my firm that serves as Bond Disclosure Counsel. Again, we were your counsel in connection with lease revenue bond financing that we did last year. You also are represented by Fieldman Roll-Up and Associates, your municipal advisor, who again was the same financial advisor that assisted you in the lease revenue financing. And then Piper Sandler is the bond underwriter, who again was one of the underwriters on that last transaction. And then U.S. Bank, who is the city's trustee. So the recommendation for you to consider tonight is to approve the resolution that authorizes the issuance of the bonds in a not to exceed $70 million amount, and approves the various financing documents to allow this all to move forward and to start the construction, or hopefully start the construction, issuance of bonds, and construction of the substations next year. This is sort of the preliminary time frame. So again, assuming approval tonight, the next step will be to get the IID board to act on each of these project agreements, which we're hoping to do in October. And then we will come back to you all for one subsequent approval in November. What we need to have done that's not done yet is there's an offering, we call it the preliminary official statement, which is the offering document to the bonds, which the IEFA will deliver to the underwriter, and then the underwriter will go use that document to market it to investors. It's kind of like a stock prospectus, has all the terms and everything in the bond. So we're going to come back to you in November for that approval. Assuming that all gets done, we would post that preliminary official statement right before or after Thanksgiving, and then look to sell the bonds in the first week in December, and hopefully deliver your city manager and you all a Christmas present and get some bond proceeds to get these long-awaited substations moving in the city of Indio. And with that, I'm more than happy to answer any questions, and I'm sure Mr. Montgomery can talk more about the specific projects if you have project-specific questions.
All right. Any questions?
Thank you. My questions, thank you for the report. My questions aren't for bond counsel, they're for staff. And we don't have our finance director tonight. I think my questions are more about the logistics. I saw that bond counsel included a comment that IID would collect the funds, which we knew, just like they collect the city utility users tax. But they're going to remit the payment directly to U.S. Bank. And as the person that's responsibly financially, I see a problem with that. And I want to know what mechanisms are going to be put in place for them, the reporting to come to us, and for IID to give us exact accountings the way we want them. So that's why I say my issue is more of a logistics, just because I'm the financial person responsible.
It's an excellent question, and Mr. Forbath may speak to it as well. He assisted in development of a servicing agreement. So IID has already approved and executed an agreement that commits to the very things you're speaking to. An accounting of the resources received. There is a small administrative fee that they're going to keep to process that. That is part of the process. The good thing about this partnership and the JPA is they are very much incented for this infrastructure just like we are. So it would be hard for us to believe that they would willingly, by agreement they can't, but we would follow up with them and make sure that those payments are made to the trustee. There is a reserve fund also that's required as part of this transaction. We'd hope to never use it. It would essentially be our last debt service payment at the end of the issuance. It's a concern. We have a partner that's agreed to do some things, and we have every expectation that they will.
So as we develop this infrastructure of reporting, can you present to us something so that we understand what we can expect moving forward as far as reporting, that we're getting the information that we feel comfortable with?
Yeah, another great request. We will provide the remittance every time that it's sent by IID. We will send a report to you so you know that payment has been made to the trustee. Again, they are legally obligated to do so. Bryan, I don't know if there's anything else to add to the servicing process.
Yeah, so underneath the servicing agreement, that the parties did agree to certain auditing requirements that they're going to provide us annual reports. We'll be able to audit the collections. And again, the bond trustee is the city and the bond owner's fiduciary. They have fiduciary responsibilities to the city and to the bond owners. And so what really makes this transaction more secure for the bond owners is the fact that the money doesn't go to the city first. It goes directly to the bond owners. And what happens is underneath the bond indenture, the money is available to pay debt service on the bonds first. And then once all the debt service on the bonds is completed, it becomes available at that point in time back to the city, not to the city, but the IEFA, to be used for reserves or additional projects at that point in time. But the bond owners get paid first. And the other thing I just point out is the mechanisms in the service agreement. We were very careful and worked very hard with IID to make sure that we track the existing sort of structure and functions as the UUT works. So the whole mechanisms in terms of the administrative charge, the write-offs, and so forth, tracks exactly what's in the utility users tax ordinance. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say the ordinance, not your ordinance, but there's a memorandum of understanding between IID and the city of Indio with regards to how your ordinance and how their policies will work.
With regard to the UUT, yeah. So we know exactly, based on the UUT remittance, how much revenue is being received. So it's a secondary check to make sure that the right percentage is being remitted to the trustee, because we know what that amount is through the UUT process.
So in your conservative budget, you accommodated not only their fee, but also the write-offs of bad debts.
Correct.
Which I
Yeah.
didn't even think of.
Yeah,
we have to do.
Essentially, the indenture requires us to provide at least 115% coverage. So we have a revenue number, and then that revenue number has to be 115% of what our debt service is on the bonds going out, based on the rates you've adopted currently. Yeah, and less the administrative charges off the top of it too.
And just more information, because it may be helpful, those revenues will grow as we continue to grow as a community, and it will also provide ongoing revenue. That coverage, that 15%, would then be available for ongoing uses for the infrastructure that we're looking to improve.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm not a big fan of IID's service to us so far, and we shouldn't be in this boat as it is anyways, but here we are going to be able to support it. The only way the city's going to be able to move forward is to be able to provide the power that we have. If we were to not go back with IID, because you said they're able to pick the projects, what's the mechanism if we decide we don't want to be with IID anymore, or if they choose later on to get out from underneath the contract with the cities in the area here?
I think that's a little bit of a complicated answer. Let me start. So the Joint Powers Agreement, which created the IEFA, was subject to much negotiation with the IID, and obviously IID had varying concerns about giving up its sort of, I want to be careful how I say it, its control over electricity within the valley here, right? And so they only granted, allowed us cooperatively, but they only allowed the city very limited powers in the IEFA. And those limited powers require their consent and approval with regards to a project that the IEFA is going to finance. And so today they've worked cooperatively with us, and we've identified a series of projects that are of high priority to the city, and they seem supportive and on board to do that. But to date, they have not committed to additional projects. And so, and Bryan can speak to this, I think there'll be a little proof of concept here. And if this works efficiently and well, and these substations get built, and they see that it's in their best interest to continue in this program, and the IFA sees it's in their best interest to continue this program, there could likely and will likely be opportunities for additional substations. But without their consent or approval, we're going to be limited to the substations we have.
And if they roll out, let's say they decide not to continue with electrical power in the Coachella Valley, would this program then have to be redone, or would we be able to take it to the next provider?
You would take it to the next provider, and you've covenanted in your indenture to do so. Yes. So whoever, you've adopted a surcharge on the kilowatt usage of power within the city, and so that will apply to whoever is providing power to the city in the future.
Okay. And then, Bryan, on the way we have this set up, who will then be providing the actual work itself to do the transformers? Would that be IID too, or would we put it out to bid like we would everything else, or would IID take a little haircut off the top and then actually do the work too?
Yeah, no haircuts per se, but there may be some projects where they're better equipped to do in-house with their staff from a design and construction perspective. Many components will be contracted out. The most expensive components are actually equipment that we purchase, which is the next item on the agenda. So to answer your question, probably both. Some contract, some in-house. We'll be monitoring. Mr. Trejo and IWA has agreed with myself to monitor these things and make sure that they're done properly from our perspective. And the IAD, who are the experts with regard to this equipment, will then be monitoring and inspecting the work as well.
I do appreciate that, but we talked earlier about how they've come back to some of our businesses and said, oh, by the way, we need another 500,000, we need another 700,000. So it's really going to be pertinent that you and Ray and that keep an eye on exactly what they're doing. In all good intentions, I mean, this is the right thing to do. But at the same time, they haven't had a great record of providing services and opportunities to the city of Indio and being forthcoming. And now when it's $70 million of our taxpayers' money, we need to make sure that we're getting what they say they're going to give us and make sure there isn't any surprises. And I know that'll be difficult, but I'm sure you're up for the task.
Sounds good.
Yep. Any other questions? Yeah, I just want to follow up. Thank you for your presentation. Okay. And I just want to mention that, this is something that's unique, that Indio has taken the initiative to move forward with this program and this JPA to enhance and also reassure our power infrastructure in the city. We just had this natural disaster. We have high winds, we have a lot of stuff going on, and we want to make sure our city has not only power now, but we want to make decisions now. So when we look back, in the future and say, we made the right call. But this also serves as a blueprint, not only for our community that's here now, but in the future as well, as how we could grow our power infrastructure. And there's a lot of other cities and entities looking at us right now, and there's been a lot of intense work behind the scenes with our consultant city manager and IID to move this forward, and cooperation. So, we're being optimistic about this because status quo won't work, and so some bold decisions were made to move forward. And, I also want to thank our community. our community is part of this. We did create a surcharge, but our community will benefit from this. So moving forward, I think, we have to remain positive. There's been some things in the past that we may not be in favor of, but, I'm optimistic about what we have in front of us, and it's unique, and there's a lot of folks watching us. So that's it, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Furman. I couldn't have said it better. We really have our arms wrapped around this very firmly. We have taken a lot of time. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you to the city manager for an enormous amount of work. And thank you to the city council for pulling this together. In the here and now, this is a game changer for the city of Indio. It is a positive thing, and we must approach that and look to that and that level of coordination and effort in a very, very positive manner, and anticipate and assume that it's going to move forward with good faith. So thank you to all, and thank you to an effective partnership that we've been working on with IID.
Going back to my comment about my concern over the logistics, thank you for bringing up the point that Mr. Trejo will be involved. I hope that some of his reporting habits will influence IID's, manner of conducting business. But that kind of brings to question, did we ever ask Mr. Trejo if it was okay that he be involved in this?
He was voluntold. No, he
Because this is a very different thing from what he was hired from, and that's why.
Exactly, though his experience relative to water and wastewater and large projects has already proved very valuable, and his ability not to manage the day-to-day, but to assist myself in overseeing what's going on, and as you state, providing regular reports, his experience will be valuable. And he's willing, eager, experienced, and capable.
Okay, thank you.
And he sits on the ECAC right now, right?
He does, yeah.
It's on there. Any other questions? Nope. Right.
Well, I think you need a motion. So. I'll make a motion to adopt the IEFA resolution number 2023-02, authorizing the issuance of electric revenue bonds not to exceed $70 million aggregate principal amount, and approve the execution and delivery of certain documents in connection therewith, approves certain capital infrastructure improvement projects, approves the execution and delivery of project agreements in connection therewith, approves execution and delivery cost reimbursement agreement, and certain other matters.
And I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Furman and a second from Councilmember Holmes. Let's go ahead and vote.
Who wrote that?
Council right there?
I think you're trying to trick me, huh?
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll move on to item 9.2, purchase of 5 transformers for substations in Indio from Delta Star, Inc.
Thank you, Mayor. Very much related to the last item on the agenda, as well as item 8.6 that you approved in the consent calendar, which would provide for these type of expenses to be reimbursed when the bond proceeds that you just approved come forward in December. But there is a significant lead time on the key component of these substations, large transformers. Over 2 years is what we're told. That does give us time for engineering and construction, preparing each one of these sites to receive those transformers. But what's before you is we call it piggybacking, or utilizing the same public bid process that IAD utilized, and we then could share off of that public bid. The amount is a little over $2 million for each one of these transformers. The project agreements that you just approved as part of that bond issuance involve 2 transformer banks at Dr. Carrion. It's an existing substation, but adding 2. One at Avenue 42 that is an existing substation, adding additional bank. And then the 2 new substations initially would just be 1 bank each at Avenue 40 as well as Northgate, which is near Jefferson and Burr, roughly. So with your approval, we would then make an immediate order to get in line for these long lead time items. There is about a 30% deposit. I did receive word late last week that because of the size of our order, they may be able to reduce that down to about 20%. But if you can approve up to the amount indicated in the staff report, we would then make the order. We'll only put the deposit down that's required, and again, get ourselves in line to receive these 5 transformers. The goal is to have all of the site, all the engineering and all of the sites ready to where then these transformers arrive, they're installed. There is some testing that takes place, but within probably 45 days and some testing would fire them up. So we look forward and recommend approval of this purchase.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions?
If not, I'll make a motion.
All right.
I'd like to make a motion to purchase 5 28 MVA transformers for substations in Indio from Delta Star, Inc., not to exceed $10,500,000.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Holmes and a second from Councilmember Miller. Let's go ahead and vote. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. We'll move on to item 9.3, landscape maintenance agreements with Conserve Land Care in the amount of $2 million per fiscal year for city properties and landscape and lighting district properties.
Good
Mr.
evening,
Wassel.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. So it's my pleasure to introduce this item tonight. So I've been with the city for a little over 8 years, and for the longest time, Excel Landscape has been our landscape provider. Their contract expired with the city last June, and they continue to provide the service on a month-to-month basis. But in the meanwhile, we floated another RFP to solicit proposals from different companies to take care of our landscaping. And the landscaping includes all the lighting and landscape districts, all the city general fund areas, and all the parks all throughout the city. So with that, we received 3 proposals, one from Excel, one from Conserve Land Care, and the third one, I believe, is from Hacienda. And we've evaluated all, I'm sorry, from Mariposa Landscape instead. So we've evaluated these proposals, and we were very impressed with the quality and the qualifications of Conserve Land Care, and I've invited them to come and join us here tonight and do a quick presentation to the city about the services that they provide all throughout. But I'm really excited about this. I'm also very excited about another item that we'll be bringing to council here pretty soon. It's our partnership, expanding our partnership with the Desert Rec District to actually come in with the ambassador program to all of our parks. DRD has been very successful in the city of Palm Desert. They maintain, they provide that service for 16 of their parks. They do the same thing for the city of La Quinta. So we've invited them, and we've been in close negotiation with them. And we think we have a program that will make the City Council very, very happy. With that, and with your permission, I'd like to introduce the team from Conserve Land Care, which includes Mr. Blowen. Craig Blowen is the VP. Mr. Brent Fries, he's going to be our account manager, and also Mr. Jonathan Silva. And with that, they will give us a brief presentation about Conserve Land Care. Will be Craig.
Thank you very much for your time. We're very excited to be here, and thank you for this body, for not only the audience, but also the measure that's before your consideration this afternoon. We're very excited about this potential opportunity, and I speak on behalf of all 476 of our employee team members that this is a tremendous opportunity for Conserve Land Care, and we look forward to hopefully starting a wonderful partnership today with the city that will last for many years. So historically, Conserve has always been we've been in the Valley for over 40 years, predominantly starting as a construction landscape company, and then as time has gone on, pivoted far more to a maintenance-based business. We still do have a construction division, which is about a third of our business currently, but we've transitioned much more into a long-term maintenance and large-scale enhancements. But we do have the capacity to do large-scale construction projects and or small or intermediate construction projects as needed as we go out. In 2019, we were able to merge with Sperber Landscape Companies, which was a fantastic merger for us, especially given COVID-19, the global supply chain that was mentioned in a lot of the other presentations here earlier, and having that national presence with Sperber has given us the opportunity for not only equipment allocation much more smoothly, but also the fact that our buying power became so much more widespread as a local organization managed locally, but with that national purchasing power for some of the landscape necessities like seed for overseeding in some of your parks and some of your major areas, which we hope to be servicing here in the near future. We were able to acquire seed at a reasonable rate when others couldn't get it at all. In fact, I have 2 truckloads of seed already at my shop, and I've had it for the last 4 months because of some of those reciprocal relationships that we have through the SPRBA organization, which we're very pleased about. And what we really try and do is create a world-class customer experience. And we focus on that because, you know, let's face it, it's just cutting grass, right? We're not putting anything on the moon. So anyone can technically do what we do, but the care and intent that our service providers provide and the way in which we approach our work is what we think is the differentiating factor between us and other competitors in the market. And we really try and make sure that the landscape is a space that people want to enjoy, that want to continually envelop themselves and their communities. And we truly feel that landscape does make a big difference in people's lives for how they feel about pride of ownership, especially when it comes to municipalities and things in social services and programs that they go to and experience everything that you all work so hard to provide. Landscape is an integral part of that when they go to your parks and they go to your libraries and they drive down your roads and see your medians. It's just an integral part that we think is extremely important. As Tim said, we are a local team. Jonathan and Brent are here with me today. Jonathan is your branch manager. We have 2 maintenance locations, one in Thousand Palms and one here in Indio. So we do have a yard here in the city of Indio. Jonathan is our branch manager there, and Brent Fries is a senior account manager who's been with us for over 6 years and has managed some of our most high-profile and attention-to-detail-oriented relationships we have here in the Valley. And then as well as David White, who's not with us here today, but was with the preliminary meetings with Tim. He's responsible for our equipment and human capital allocation, running quality standards and making sure that every aspect of the RFP is fulfilled. But all things roll up, so the buck stops with Jonathan at Indio, and then obviously I'm involved running Jonathan as well as our other 2 branches of the business. We invest in our people, and as you can see here, we have a lot of experts in the field, right? Landscape is not hard to learn at a very basic level, but it's very difficult to become a true professional in it, which is why we invest in the development, the training, and the acquisition of talent within the Valley that we feel is extraordinarily high and bar none the best in the Valley. We have a lot of professionals, whether that's turf maintenance, certified arborists, qualified applicators. We not only maintain compliance within the landscape space, but we excel at finding the best horticultural practices to take care of your assets. And landscape truly is an asset. It's worth millions of dollars on most sites, and it's something that if you don't invest in it properly, it's an asset that could become depreciated extraordinarily fast. And with these professionals, 3 of them are highlighted here. We have Wayne Elms, who's one of our municipal arborists who spent 30 years with the city of Torrance as the municipal arborist. We were able to acquire him and bring him out of retirement, and he's now working for us doing tree evaluations, because trees are one of the most expensive assets on any property, and maintaining a healthy canopy as well as trimming practices, as well as root injections if necessary, to extend those assets, not only creates a wonderful shade canopy from an environmental standpoint, but it also is great for the health of the environment. We also have a certified arborist, Kevin Rocker, as well as a qualified applicator for us. He's my VP of construction, so he runs all of our large new construction jobs. And then another huge advantage through Conserve for the city will be Claudia Magana. She is our in-house designer. So if there's any areas that you feel need a facelift, have been neglected in the past, or just an opportunity for a refresh, Conserve has in-house designers that can do renderings, can do digital mock-ups of what it will look like by overlaying plant material, doing CAD drawings, and that's all in-house. So you don't have to pay a landscape architect if you don't want to, and we can help with those design concepts, and that's all part of the maintenance service agreement that we've already bid as included in the process. So our whole goal is to be the one-stop shop for all things landscape. We do all of these services: landscape maintenance, tree care, enhancements and new construction, irrigation and water conservation, as well as integrated pest and disease management, all in-house. So we do not have to subcontract any of these services as they are needed. Most of the services in the RFP are provided. Tree care under 15 feet is, but if you need tree care services as part of the city, that is something that we can certainly do, as well as any large enhancements or small enhancements, whether it's just refreshing a front entrance to a government building and or a full turf conversion at a major municipal park with like walking paths, DG, and tree landscape. As you have all mentioned, I think a couple times this meeting, the tropical storm and all the storm mitigated related issues you guys have had as a city and as the whole valley, our 24-hour service line has been used quite a bit lately. And we were one of the first in the valley to have a 24-hour manned service line, and it gets a lot of use, whether that's from a main line break at a property and or drainage is being blocked by a fallen tree. We come out in the middle of the night, we assess the issue, we usually arrest it and then reassess it at a later time with a bigger crew. But the 24-hour emergency line is something that we take a lot of pride in, and it's shown a lot of value for our customers. For your specific RFP, we anticipate 10 folks for the city, and then the LLDs another 11, so 21 in total is what it's going to take. And we've already gone through and done the math on the hours, gone through and done the travel time. And as you can see, we've already plotted all of the city fund properties as well as the LLMD properties. And that's really making it that we've already sequenced it both geographically as well as by task, as well as by crew. So we know what we're getting into. And in closing, I'd just like to share with you some relevant experience that we have in some other properties that we service here throughout the valley and some other municipalities, in fact, to hopefully give you the confidence that Conserve is the right person to partner with as you have this vote before you this evening. One of which we've had a long-term relationship with is the La Quinta Resort and Club. We service both the hotel as well as the spa villas. And we've been on that property since 2020. It's an all-inclusive maintenance contract, so we do everything from trees, irrigation, annual flowers, overseeding, turf management, you name it, we do it, top to bottom. And that is one of our more high-trafficked areas throughout the valley. They average around 76% occupancy. So there's a lot of people there, and there's a lot of eyes on our landscape, and that's one of the relationships we're quite proud of. Another one, which is a very prestigious property, the next two, in fact, we've been servicing since 2019. We started with Discovery Land Properties as the Hideaway, as well as the Madison Club. The Great Lawn in front of the Madison Club is about an acre of turf, and that's something that we're very proud of, that's something that the public can see, and that Great Lawn is always in tip-top shape. And as you can see in the back here on the top left, you can see some of the turf performance that we're getting in the annual overseeding process, which has started actually now. One of our first large-scale HOA properties was the Lakes Country Club. We've been servicing that since 2015. That was our first large foyer into HOA properties throughout the valley. We've been servicing them since 2017. That's over 1,000 front doors. We actually do all the residences as well as the interior, exterior, perimeter, and all common spaces throughout the community outside of golf course. Annual flowers there are a big one. Every front yard has geraniums, so there's a lot of deadheading. A lot of work to be done there, but proud of that relationship. And then, much like yourselves, we also have relationships with three of the large major municipalities throughout the Coachella Valley, being the city of Coachella, the city of Palm Desert, as well as the city of Palm Springs. And here tonight, we certainly hope that we can add city of Indio to our portfolio. And I want to thank you very much for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Any questions? Any questions? Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm very familiar with your organization. So you've seen our parks, you've seen the lack of maintenance we had over here. One of the biggest problems I've had with our parks is they're not as suitable as they should be for a community of our own. What's going to be your plan to bring it up to speed, especially with the weeds and other things that have been left out of control? Irrigation, all that's simple enough to be able to utilize and change, but weeds, long-term process, aerification, things that make a playing field what it should be. So what's your thoughts?
Yeah, so first and foremost, obviously getting almost 6 inches of rain in the last month and a half, followed by 100+ degree days. No matter how much pre-emergent you put down or what your spraying protocol is, there's going to be weeds this time of year. I mean, you're seeing like clover patches this tall in medians. But on a normal course of business, an effective spray program and an effective rotation, which we've already budgeted for in this program, is going to be pinnacle to summer weed growth and spring weed growth. As far as the turf performance is concerned, our overseeding process, again, we manage some of the most highly sought after turf here in the valley. Aerification is absolutely quintessential, especially coming in off some hard pan areas with overwatering. But our first area in the parks will be to address the irrigation issues. If you don't have proper watering, so our irrigation assessment will be the first thing on the list.
Okay.
And we'll make recommendations to the city on some infrastructure repairs, because if you don't have water, it's not going to be good.
Very true.
And that's our first start. And then other than that, it's just good horticultural practices, effective mowing, effective watering, effective fertilization, and repeat the process as you go through. And then spraying for broadleaf as the spring comes in.
As you come forward, I'm speaking for myself, not for anyone else. Please make sure that whenever you see something and you really need our support and help, because we want to invest back in our community, that you let us know. Don't think that anything's trivia, that anything doesn't need to be looked at. We're using you as their eyes and ears. Tim ran Indian Wells Resort, knows high quality. We want to get our parks back up to the level and our mediums and that back up to the level that they've always been. And so it's going to take your eyes and knowledge to look at something and don't think, well, it's too expensive. They might want to go for it. We might not be able to budget at that time, but that's where we set our money aside to be able to make these changes. Obviously you need to do the first things, but really looking forward to working with you.
Thank you. And that's what Brent's job is as the account manager. His job is to communicate to Tim's department the recommendations that we see. And again, if it's not budgeted for today, that doesn't mean it's not budgeted for tomorrow. And we want to keep a portfolio of things to enhance and re-engage the community in the landscape, and those things can always be revisited at a later date.
I guess in following up to the parks, also an area of concern are the LLDs. Most of them are capped out as far as budget. We can't do much more, but that doesn't mean we want to keep status quo. That just means we need to re-engineer what is existing within the budget, and we are moving more toward less turf and more desert-friendly landscape. Not in the parks. Parks are for playing, but
Sure.
in the, especially the LLDs. So we really want you to come forward and say, look, this LLD, 25, 35, 40 years old, maybe it's time that we re-engineer this. And we do have turf rebate programs. I don't know if those would apply. But we do want you to bring us ideas because we're not satisfied with the appearance of the public common areas. So hopefully you'll take that back to your team and let them know that for now it's an assessment period.
Yep.
And, mitigate what you can, but long-term, we want to start seeing some new ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. We're fully aligned on that, especially when you have 30 or 40-year-old plant material in some of these areas. It's never going to look great, right?
No,
I mean, you
I'm
can
really
keep
tired of seeing
shearing
those
it,
little
shearing
shrubs
it.
just trimmed every week.
Yeah.
Once it was a shrub, it's now a bush.
Yeah, exactly.
A mini tree.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I just want to say thank you for your presentation. All of us here, you've heard frustration on the part of a couple of us, and I'll throw myself into that as well. We all have that level of frustration, particularly with the landscape and lighting districts, and we all wish and desire for our community to sort of step it up and really be aesthetically pleasing. So thank you for your presentation. We look forward to a long and great relationship with you.
Us too. Thank you.
All right. No,
I'm more than happy to make a motion to approve the landscape maintenance agreement with Conserve Land Care in the amount of $2,044,996 per fiscal year for city property, landscape and lighting district property.
I'll second the motion.
we have a motion from Councilmember Miller and a second from Mayor Pro Tem. Let's go ahead and vote. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you again. Great presentation, by the way.
Appreciate it.
And we look forward to working with you, and we're here to help. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
You just about native trees?
Oh, my staff knows.
No.
And Wayman's giving me a hard time for not asking about native trees because I always ask for it. Okay, we're going to move on to item 9.4. I wanted to see, Bryan, is it possible to take these 5 at the same time since they're all
Yes,
identical?
there may be one of which Councilmember Holmes will, so maybe four at a time. 4 at a time and then one separate.
Okay, sounds good. And the one that you need is 9.5. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Snyder.
9.5.
Well, Good evening. For the record, Kevin Snyder, Director of Community Development, and you kind of stole my thunder, Mayor. I was just going to offer, in the interest of time, that the council would have the opportunity to consider these all except for the item 9.5. So my comments will be to all items 9.5 through 9.8, and they're just general comments, not specific comments. But to remind City Council, we are closing in on the end of an approximately 18-month process whereby the City Council has guided staff through the development of cannabis regulations, a cannabis permitting process, and on July 26th, you actually approved the issuance of cannabis permits to 5 applicants. So we're at the kind of the home stretch, if you will. This is the second to last step. It is a requirement of Chapter 123, which is our cannabis regulations, that the 5 parties that you approved issuance of licenses to have what is called a community benefit agreement. And so the community benefit agreement for all 5 parties are specified in the agenda. For each party, there is the same community benefit agreement. The terms of the community benefit agreement are all the same for all parties. The community benefit agreement is a contract. It does specify both rights and responsibilities and obligations of both the City of Indio and each recipient of a cannabis license. Some highlights from the community benefit agreement include the requirement for a community benefit payment. That is in the amount of 6%. Each applicant would have to pay 6% annually of gross receipts. They would have to pay that at least quarterly. They can pay it sooner, but they would have to pay it at least quarterly. There is also, in addition to that 6%, there is a requirement for a 1% community benefit payment directly to receiving organizations within the city. In both instances, there is requirements for financial reporting and auditing information that has to be provided to the city. You actually adopted this in the regulations that are specified in Chapter 123, and you also adopted a fee that has to be paid annually for the city to conduct that auditing. So every year we will be looking at the books, so to speak, of each licensee and reviewing their performance against financial documents and financial audit information to confirm that they have paid the city appropriately what they have agreed to do. So again, each community benefit agreement is specified here this evening. I would say that if the council takes action on all these this evening, then the final step is the issuance of the actual cannabis permit to each applicant under the authority of the city manager, which you again allowed for in the adoption of the regulations under Chapter 123. Though the cannabis permit will specify all of the legal obligations that they have to agree to, including operational procedures. But this evening, again, we are asking for council consideration of approving the community benefit agreements. Again, you can do that collectively except for item 9.5, which would have to be considered separately. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Also, City Manager Montgomery and City Attorney Graham are also here to assist in any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. The one question I wanted to ask first was, when we're auditing for the revenues and the tax payments, are we also able to audit for the living wage requirement that we have in those?
So you actually required, as part of the application procedures and guidelines, that each party agree to the payment of a living wage. Mm-hmm. They also had to agree to a collective bargaining agreement, and so each applicant has specified their intent to do so. We can actually ask for a broad base of information per both the ordinance that you adopted and the community benefit agreement. So any information on payment of wages would be included in that request for information. It would be likely at a general level. It wouldn't necessarily go into individual employee labor rates, but it would be at a general level, assuring compliance with that already stated obligation that they agreed to.
Okay. Any other questions? No questions? Go ahead.
Kevin, just on the 1% that goes through, have they all picked their charities? We did get a thing today from CVCT, and there are some other charities that some of the applicants maybe don't know about. Obviously, they picked a lot of great ones. Obviously, anyone that we can help support in our community. Is there any of that funding that's still available if anybody else wanted to actually get in or wanted to later on come forward, and if we have a new charity that maybe comes here and they want to help, like our youth advisory council or something, is any of that still available?
So two responses. First, each applicant during the interview process at the staff level specified the parties that they hope to work with. However, they have flexibility to work with the parties that they wish to throughout the year. So there may be funding available either for existing organization, new organizations, or perhaps programs. The 1%, then there's a separate a proposal, and it's actually in the staff report, that 6% payment would be comprised of a 5% utilization for the general fund, primarily for public safety. Right. And then the remaining 1%, the city manager is proposing, if the council concurs, that 0.25 go to the Coachella Valley History Museum, 0.25 go to the Indio Performing Arts Center, 0.25 go to the Community Arts Center, and the final 0.25 go to the Indio Economic Development Authority. So there would be funding opportunities for those entities, and then obviously that could be supplemented by direct engagement of each of the operators with the organizations that they choose to fund.
So as we would go forward then, Mr. Montgomery or Bryan, would we be able then to, they would not be eligible for our grants and other stuff then? If we were going to give them directly the money, would it free up other money for other nonprofits?
That'd be at your discretion if you'd like to provide that direction as those grant requests come in. We'd probably need to modify our grant program, that if they're already receiving funds through this 1%, it might be best to explain it as 7%. 6% is paid to the city, and then this 1% is paid to a myriad of nonprofits. And I believe they would change it up every year. It's up to them. One group proposed a committee that would help them review. But if we want to recommend to them or to these nonprofits to make application, that would come out of that 1%. This other 1% would kind of be fixed on facilities we own and nonprofits we already sponsor. And then we want to make sure that from a public safety standpoint, that 5% is kept for the general fund. So I think to answer your question, it would be whether or not you would want one of these other nonprofits. If they're receiving some money, would they be eligible for ours or not? That's up to you.
Okay. No, I just want to make sure that, because this is something unique, and one of the ways we sold this with our community is that money would go back into our community, which they are and which they have. I don't want it to be set on just one small group, because it's easy to look at the rescue mission and know what great work they do, but everybody gives them. There's a lot of our smaller charities and that do great work here that don't get that highlight. So I just wanted to make sure, without telling people what they need to do, I wanted to make sure that we could spread some of this around. If we're able to free some of this other money up, hopefully then we could give small grants to some of these other nonprofits that can make a difference in our community, that are making a difference in our community. So,
And if I could supplement what the city manager said, each of the parties has interacted with the city, and they're very open to suggestions and ideas that we have. So either through the city manager's office or through council, we can continue to recommend organizations or events or programs for their consideration. And they've also, as part of their application procedure, all of them also intended to dedicate volunteer hours into the community. So their staff will be working in various volunteer capacities in the community as well.
Excellent. Thank you.
And maybe to tear off what the mayor had indicated, through our financial audit, we will find out to whom did you give resources, how much did you give. That would be easy to confirm by contacting those nonprofits, maybe a random sample, and make sure it is true that they actually did provide those revenues. So we can package all of that into the audit, as the mayor suggested, the verification of the living wage, verification of the actual gross receipts, as well as what donations did they provide.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay,
we're good.
all ready to make a motion if there's no more questions. I would recommend approval of the community benefit agreement with Shrine Indio LLC, DBA Stizzy for, Indio West Coast Retail LLC, DBA West Coast Cannabis Club, Indio Responsible and Compliant LLC, DBA Embark Indio, OTC Indio LLC, for its City of Indio Cannabis Storefront Retail Business Program Permit. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll second.
We'll second from Councilmember Miller. Let's go ahead and vote. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. And then we'll go back to item 9.5 for Culture CC Indio DBA Culture Cannabis Club. Do we have a motion?
I'll make the same motion that we approve community benefit agreement with Culture CC Indio DBA Culture Cannabis Club for its City of Indio Cannabis Storefront Retail Business Program Permit.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion from the Mayor Pro Tem and a second from Councilmember Miller. Let's go ahead and vote. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Snyder.
Excellent work, Mr. Snyder.
Yeah. All right, and now we have our public hearings. We have the first one, 10.1, resolution number 10391, requesting the approval of the Calhoun and Avenue 43 Indio Canyon specific plan. And we have Mr. Snyder, I believe.
Thank you, Mayor. This evening, Kendra Reed, Principal Planner, will be providing the staff report and answering any questions. So I will turn it over to Mrs. Reed.
Good evening, council members. As Director Kevin Snyder mentioned, my name is Kendra Reeve, and I'll be presenting the Calhoun and Avenue 43, also known as Indio Canyon Specific Plan Project. Tonight, the project applicant will be seeking approval for their specific plan. The project applicant previously received a recommendation of approval to the City Council and conditional approval from the Planning Commission for their planning review application for Plan Area 1 and their initial study with mitigated negative declaration on August 23rd with a vote of 3-0. On November 15th, applicant Andrea Sepulveda submitted an application for a specific plan and planning review with associated environmental documentation on behalf of CRERMG Calhoun 29 LLC, proposing the development of 1,200 build-to-rent residential units with community pools, gyms, clubhouses, and open space common areas. The Calhoun and Avenue 43 project would be developed on approximately 60 acres in 2 communities on the west and east sides of Calhoun Street. The project will be built across 4 parcels. The specific plan proposes the development of a residential community on approximately 60 acres. It would allow for the construction of up to 1,200 single-family attached and detached units in multifamily homes at an average density between 14 and 20 dwelling units per acre. The project would include the development of community pools, gyms, clubhouses, and open space common areas spread across the 2 project area sites. Both Plan Area 1 and Plan Area 2 will have access points along Avenue 43 and Calhoun Street. This will require the extension of Calhoun Street from south from its current terminus at Avenue 43 through the project site to Hopi Avenue. Plan Area 1's primary ingress and egress will occur on Avenue 43 with 2 secondary emergency access points onto Calhoun Street. Plan Area 2's primary ingress and egress will occur at one of the 2 access points on Avenue 43 with 3 secondary emergency access points onto Calhoun Street. The intersections at the primary entrances and exits will not be signalized. Instead, there will be a right in, right out, left in, left out. At build out of the specific plan, both Calhoun Street and Avenue 43 will be built to ultimate widths of 64 feet. Development of Plan Area 1 will be required to fully improve the eastern half of Calhoun Street, including sidewalks, curbs, and gutters. The western half will remain partially improved with 12 feet of asphalt and a 10-foot dirt shoulder until development of Plan Area 2, which will then trigger all remaining improvements to the western half of Calhoun Street. The project is also responsible for improving the southern half of Avenue 43, including sidewalks, curbs, and gutter. The architectural guidelines outlined in the specific plan are taking inspiration from mid-century modern design. The Calhoun and Avenue 43 specific plan supports a range of unit types and sizes that meet the diverse housing needs of the community. The project will develop 1,200 single-family, multifamily, attached and detached homes and townhomes that will be a maximum of 3 stories or 40 feet. The front perimeter of Plan Area 1 and Plan Area 2 is 15 feet, and the side perimeter of both Plan Area 1 and Plan Area 2 is 10 feet. The specific plan parking spots are consistent with the standards outlined in Section 3.03 of the Unified Development Code. Single-family homes are typically 1 to 2 story units and can be detached or a duplex. These units have access to adjacent covered or open parking. Dedicated private space is required and may include private yards and or ground floor porches. The project will provide community amenities such as pools, open space barbecue areas, fitness centers, and clubhouses. While the single-family units proposed for Plan Area 1 do not have attached garages, private garage space can be rented in on-site garage structures on a first-come, first-served basis. Off-street parking is typically provided adjacent to the proposed units and includes a mix of assigned and unassigned or guest parking.
There are a variety of multifamily housing types, including triplexes, fourplexes, bungalow courts, townhomes, garden apartments, and multi-story apartments proposed within the specific plan. Triplexes and fourplexes are one single building divided into 3 or 4 individual dwelling units respectively. Bungalow courts are comprised of freestanding small cottages or houses arranged around a central garden or courtyard. Townhomes are multi-floor homes that share 1 or 2 walls with adjacent properties but have private entrances. Garden apartments are low-rise apartments with direct access to lawns, trees, and gardens. Multi-story apartments are self-contained housing units that occupy part of a larger building where residents share the same floor as other residents. Like Plan Area 1, Plan Area 2 will provide community amenities such as pools, open space, barbecues, fitness centers, and other shared community spaces. All townhomes have attached tuck-under single or 2-car garages. Off-street guest parking is typically provided adjacent to the proposed buildings. Internal circulation will be provided by private driveways via an entry drive. For Plan Area 1, the entry drive will be 57 feet wide and include a 10-foot wide landscape median. On either side will be a 5-foot buffer space and a 5-foot sidewalk. Internal driveways will be approximately 26 feet wide. A combination of the following accent features shall be incorporated into a project entry drive: ornamental landscaping, architectural monuments with decorative walls. Project entry features should reflect the overall character of the development. Call boxes located at gated entries should be architecturally integrated with the project with an enhanced facade detailing. A variety of landscaping materials should be used at project entries. Elements of mid-century modern interior design include clean lines, a combination of natural and man-made materials, graphic shapes, vibrant colors, and integrating indoor and outdoor motifs. General guidelines for building and design material are as follows. Colors should include a base color and accent colors. Generally, a minimum of 3 colors should be used for each building. Color scheme should be selected with a harmonious range of accent materials and roof profile colors. Building materials will incorporate both color and texture. All materials shall be coated or treated accordingly to withstand the hot, dry desert climate. Common mailbox and trash enclosures should be designed similar in form, materials, and color to the surrounding buildings. To fit in the architectural style and theme of the neighborhood, walls should be constructed of gray, beige, or white block. Fences may be constructed of wrought iron or tubular steel. Glass fencing is permitted in pool areas, and chain link fencing is prohibited. Landscaping should be used to help define outdoor spaces, soften a structure's appearance, and to screen parking, loading, storage, and equipment areas. The open space and recreational amenities include open retention areas, a number of parking spots, a number of parks, dog parks, community gardens, playgrounds, and pools and spas, designed to accommodate various needs and activity levels through their easy access, convenient connection to homes, and thoughtful designs. The landscape materials listed in the community plant palette have been selected for the appropriateness to the project theme, climatic conditions, soil conditions, and concern for maintenance. The plant palette will feature a variety of trees, palms, shrubs, vines, and accents featuring desert-compatible species. Inert materials and decorative pavers will also be used to complement natural vegetation. The project is compliant with the City of Indio General Plan, and the specific plan is in compliance with the City of Indio General Plan and Indio Municipal Code Section 06.05.03. I'm happy to answer any additional questions that you guys may have. The applicant is also available for their presentation and questions that you may have as well.
Thank you. Any questions before we open up the public hearing? No questions? All right, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing.
Matthew, my computer died.
Oops. All right, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Do we have any public comments? Sabdi? No? All right, any questions, comments?
I just have several questions, if I may, please. Just some of the questions I've been asked. These are market rate homes and dwellings and whatnot. Is that correct? Is there any component that is affordable?
No. The applicant has presented the product as luxury rentals, and none of them have been proposed as affordable housing.
Thank you. Are these going to be primarily long-term or short-term or some combination of both?
From what the applicant has stated, they're going to be long-term rentals, but anything related to the operational component of the project, the applicant would be better able to answer.
Fair enough. How is this area going to be maintained, each individual home? Will there be sort of guidelines or covenants, HOA type, that ensures that each home, each property, open space is maintained in a, high level of quality?
The project applicant has stated that they will maintain all internal landscaping and different types of features within the community, and they have also been conditioned, those conditions have been included in the planning application review. They've been conditioned to maintain the property frontages as well.
Okay. I think it's a great project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good.
So the applicant has not said if they would allow short-term rentals or not. It's not something that they put in their CC&Rs. I guess this gentleman wants to come up. Come on up.
Gomez with the McCrae Gomez Companies in partnership with Creation Equity on this project. So thank you for having us.
So obviously it's a nice project, well designed, well developed. It looks like it's going to be a great asset to the city. Is it going to be allowable for short-term rentals? Is that in the CC&Rs? I know a couple of our areas were not planning it as it got taken over. The whole community ended up heading that way. To me, I'm not opposed to it, but it usually has some issues with some of the residents to buy in and said, if I'd known it was going to be a short-term rental, I wouldn't have bought into it. Other people want to buy it because it's short-term rental.
Yeah.
Just curious where the CC&Rs are going to go, and because if you don't put those in the CCRs from the start, they will be able to open up to short-term rentals
Yes.
also.
So CC&R, since this is a for-lease project, right? There's traditionally not CC&Rs associated with it, but to your point, when we scoped this project and we originally looked at it, and our intent along the whole way has been for long-term leasing, right? The objective is to fill that void, for sure. Yeah.
Okay. That's it.
But the residential portion, will that have CC&Rs?
All of the entire specific plan is slated for lease. Yeah, for long-term lease.
Oh, the
Yeah,
entire,
the
entire
yeah,
1,200?
Yeah, our objective is that this is not a mapped project, so this will all be for lease. It's all for rent.
Wonderful.
Long-term. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Sure.
I have one question. Hey, how you doing? Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
I just got a question in respects to the traffic. I know there's going to be some road improvements in that area. It's a real tight area as it is now, so there'll be some improvements. Can you speak to the signal lights and where they will go? I understand there's going to be some signals on Calhoun and 42nd.
Yeah. So, and if you don't mind, I could have Nicole Chris, who's on our team at Terra Nova. She'll be able to speak to that with some specifics. Yeah.
Members of council, as Augie indicated, my name is Nicole Christ. I'm with Terra Nova Planning, and the traffic study and the conditions of approval call for our participation in a signal at Avenue 42 in Calhoun, and there'll be a four-way stop sign at Avenue 43 in Calhoun.
Okay. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm reading that now. I just wanted to make sure we had that. Appreciate the project. It looks good. This is part of our miss and middle housing that I think we need here in our community. So, and I just want you to understand too that Texas Row House is just opening right around the corner now. So that's going to be an incentive as well. It's close to grocery store, gyms, and those kind of amenities. Yeah. So I think it's a good project.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Yeah. All right. If there's no other comments, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and we'll entertain a motion.
Okay, well, I have it here. Let's see. Well, go ahead.
Oh, it's on the screen.
Duh. I'm looking at my paperwork. I'd like to make it a motion to approve resolution number 10391 of the City Council approving the Calhoun and Avenue 43 Indio Canyon specific plan for the development of 1,200 built-to-rent residential units with community pools, gyms, clubhouses, and open space common areas on approximately 60 acres of land located along Calhoun Street and Avenue 43.
All second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Holmes and a second from Councilmember Furman. Go ahead and vote. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you and congratulations. Move on to item 10.2, conditional approval for tentative parcel map for the Desert Retreat by Polte Homes Project. Ms. Kendra Reef.
Tonight, the project applicant will be seeking approval for their tentative parcel map. The TPM received a recommendation for approval to the City Council by the Planning Commission on August 9th, 2023. The specific plan, tentative track map, and environmental impact report received City Council approval on August 16th, 2023. On May 27th, 2022, applicant David Dwegley submitted an application for TPM 38473 for the Desert Retreat by Pulte Homes project. The TPM would subdivide into parcels of land, assessor parcels numbers 691, 110002, 003, 004, 008, 011, 014, 021, 023, and 025. These parcels are located in North Indio along Avenue 38, Avenue 39, Avenue 40, Jefferson Street, and Madison Street, and compose approximately 378 acres of land. TPM number 38473 creates 5 parcels of land. The 5 parcels that are created make up the phasing schedule of the proposed development. The TPM is for financial purposes only. The project is compliant with the City of Indio General Plan 2040. The project is compliant with the Subdivision Map Act. And with the application of relevant conditions of approval, the project can be approved. Conditions of approval are binding and must be adhered to. I'm available for any questions if you guys have any, and the applicant is also in attendance tonight as well.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and open up the public hearing. Do we have any public comments? No public comments? Any comments or questions from the council? Nobody? All right, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and we'll entertain a motion.
I got this.
Yay.
Approve resolution number 10390 of the City Council of the City of Indio conditionally approving tentative parcel map 38473 TPM 22-05-469 for the Desert Retreat by Pulte Homes project, creating 5 parcels of land located along Avenue 38, Avenue 39, Avenue 40 and Jefferson Street and Madison Street, and finding it is consistent with the Desert Retreat final environmental impact report.
I'll second.
All right, we got a motion from Councilmember Holmes, a second from Councilmember Miller. Go ahead and vote. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Next one, we have item 10.3, Certificate of Public Convenience or Necessity for a Type 47 on-sale general eating place liquor license for Miles DTI LLC.
And I'm going to beat a path out the door yet again because I have financial interest in property in the downtown.
All right, thank you. And then we have Mr. Snyder. Just a second. All right, go ahead, Mr. Snyder.
So before I jump into my presentation, I just want to highlight for the council, since November 2022, you've participated, along with your planning commission, in the approval of almost 3,000 market rate housing units, which has put us within spitting distance of our RENA numbers. Yay. And that's an amazing accomplishment. We also have 1,000.
What is it, the incredible dream?
The incredible dream. We also have 1,000 affordable housing units. I know of no other city in the Valley and perhaps in Southern California that is doing what we're doing. So I just wanted to congratulate the council and the planning commission and the community, because we are performing as we're expected to our arena. So just wanted to share that with the council.
Thank you all as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Very small but mighty. Yes, we are. So thank you. For the record, Kevin Snyder, Director of Community Development. This evening, you are being asked to conduct a public convenience or necessity determination. A few months ago, I was before you with the same request for a different site, and at that time, Councilmember Miller asked the question, will there be more of these? And the answer was yes, because another success for the city is our downtown is revitalizing. We have new businesses coming into our downtown, and with new businesses comes opportunities for new places to eat and drink. And so this evening, we have another new opportunity emerging. We have a piece of property that the city actually owns. We are the owner, and it's been often referred to in the past as the Tangi Building, but right now it is going to become a building that's going to house 2 restaurants and an outdoor space. And as part of that, they are seeking a liquor license with the California Alcohol Beverage Commission. The Alcohol Beverage Commission has notified us that in this particular census tract, like the previous one that you considered, we have an undue concentration. That means that the City Council has to take action to deem that there's a public convenience or necessity for the operation of this restaurant with a liquor license. So that is the request before you this evening. We have done public noticing as required by the Unified Development Code. And we have found that that the project as proposed, and specifically the request for public convenience or necessity, complies with applicable standards of the Unified Development Code. So with that, staff is recommending that you approve the certificate of public convenience or necessity. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. We'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Do we have any public comments? No public comments. Any questions or comments from the council?
I just have one question. Mr. Snyder, would this allow, this type of license, would it allow this business to have patrons in the area next to it, or is it just in that? Because I know we have maybe some events or things going on, so, and I know they have plans to have patio, and will this allow them to have people outside?
That is a great question, Councilmember. The answer is yes. The outdoor seating area, it will be allowed, if, assuming that the council approves this public convenience or necessity and the alcohol license is issued, it will be issued for the interior space and also for the exterior space, which will be enclosed as required by a fence. And within that area, they will be authorized in conformance with their issued liquor license to serve alcohol.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and we'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the certificate of public convenience and necessity case number 23-08-72 to authorize the sale of beer, wine, and distilled spirits for on-site consumption and beer and wine for off-site consumption identified as Type 47 on-sale general eating place liquor license issued by California Department of Alcohol Beverage Control for a new restaurant located at 82851 Miles Avenue, Unit 2, Indio, California, 92201, and 82867 Miles Avenue, Indio, California, 92201.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Furman and a second from the Mayor Pro Tem. Let's go ahead and vote. And the motion passes 4-0. Congratulations. Yeah.
Gotta be serving hot chocolate.
All right, so next item we have public hearing pursuant to the Tax Equity Financial Responsibility Act. And we have Yanel Ramirez.
Do we have Councilmember coming back?
Miss Holmes come back? We forgot about her. Oh, okay. All right.
Management Analyst. The public hearing before you is a TEFRA hearing for the issuance of a not to exceed amount of $22 million in tax exempt bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority in support of the St. John's Community Health. St. John's Community Health requested the California Municipal Finance Authority to issue a $22 million bond for the purpose of financing the acquisition and rehab of a vacant building formerly known as Dollar Tree and Highway 111 and Monroe Street, and to be used as a health center. Prior to the bond lender issuing a bond, the IRS requires a TEFRA hearing to be held and give members of the public an opportunity to comment on the proposed bond issuance. In order for the bond issuance to qualify as tax-exempt bonds, the City of Indio, in which the project is located, is required to hold a TEFRA hearing and approve the bonds for the state and federal tax law. The TEFRA hearing is required under Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code, and there is no fiscal impact to the city. The City of Indio does not have any responsibility for the tax-exempt status of the bonds, the debt service of the bonds, nor any other matter related to the bonds. The project proposed is a health center that will include medical, dental, and behavioral health services located at 82050 Highway 111, formerly known as Dollar Tree, southeast of Monroe Street and Highway 111. It is also a permitted use per mixed-use corridor zone. The proposed floor plan includes 18 medical, 8 dental, and 4 behavioral health rooms. The proposed timeline includes the rehabilitation of the building in 2024, and the health center is proposed to be opening in 2025. Photos to the right are current locations in the LA County. The bond issuer and the developer are also available to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ramirez. We'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Do we have any public comments?
None, Mayor.
Any questions or comments from the council? Go ahead.
I see that the bond is for extra money for 2 other communities, one in San Bernardino and another in another city. Is our bond, do all 3 of the agencies have to approve this for it to all go through, or would our portion go through without the other, if the other cities or communities decided not to?
So the bond is an overall request that will be for 3 different projects. 11.5 million for an Indio project, 5.5 million for a San Bernardino project, and 5 million for a project in the LA County.
But if we approve it, do the other ones have to do it too, or would they?
The other ones also have to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was curious. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seems like a good project.
Okay.
All right, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 10395, approving the issuance of tax-exempt revenue bonds by the California Municipal Financial Authority for development of the St. John's Community Health Clinic to be located at 82025 Highway 111.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Miller and a second from Councilmember Furman. Let's go ahead and vote. Motion passes 5-0. All right.
5-0.
No.
No?
Yeah.
We have 1 abstention or 1 no? Our votes aren't coming up
It
here.
did come up. It did come up, but it flashed away.
Do you want to do a roll call?
Councilmember Furman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holmes,
Aye.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramos Ami,
Abstain.
and Mayor Ortiz.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes 4-1. And we'll move on to our next item, which is public comments for items not on the agenda. We have one from AJ Galivan.
Good evening, council members. Hi. Thank you for having me. I'm AJ Galivan, representing Manuel Pablo of Desert Empire Associates. We saw an Indio council person on TV talking about the downtown project and how you're all receiving money to rebuild downtown and how you are taking care of your local businesses while attracting new business to the community. We assume taking care of your businesses included implementing the relocation assistance and real property acquisition statutes that assist your downtown businesses, including Manuel Pablo's Desert Empire Associates, during the project's execution. Instead, the city manager Indio's police chief and other city staff showed up at Manuel Pablo's office, where he had been a paying tenant since the year 2000, before the city bought the building he leased, and threatened to chain the door unless he vacated the premises. This threat followed months of harassment by city representatives for Manuel to move. The City Council has passed Resolution 8435 in 1984, adopting the Uniform Relocation and Real Property Acquisition Act's rules, regulations, and procedures as required by 49 CFR 24 Subpart C 1378 General Relocation Requirements. Section 24.205E provides that any person occupying a property acquired by a government-funded agency when occupancy began subsequent to the acquisition of the property and where the occupant is permitted occupancy by a short-term rental agreement, subject to termination when the property is needed for the agency's program or project, shall be eligible for advisory services and relocation assistance payments. This provision describes Manuel Pablo. Many requests have been made to the city staff and to the special attorney hired to remedy this violation of Manuel Pablo's due process rights under the Constitution. His bio brags that he enjoys code enforcement, yet he refuses to recognize even the city's relocation plan. I wanted to advise the City Council how city staff have not been implementing the law's requirements before it goes on TV again and misrepresents to everyone that they were, quote, taking care of the businesses in downtown Indio, unquote. Now we are submitting the 1984 relocation plan given to me by the city clerk administrator to the DOT, FHWA, HUD, and other agencies for an audit review as provided by the 1378 guidelines, with a request to freeze all federal and state funds now coming to Indio for these projects, including many of these projects that we've discussed this evening, until this constitutional violation is corrected, or perhaps freeze them for years to come. These agencies will no doubt find that the City of Indio has been cutting out of benefits from businesses that the city staff either deleted or cut and pasted to prevent the benefits, or else made modifications to the plan that were designed to deny the citizens of the rights afforded them under the Constitution. Thank you for allowing me to make this comment.
Thank you, Mr. Gallivan.
Mayor, if I can make a brief response.
Go ahead.
Obviously, this has the potential to lead to litigation, so I'll keep my comments relatively brief. Mr. Gallivan has represented Mr. Pablo for some time now. He's made a number of assertions, even here today, that are factually inaccurate. I provided him with the relevant case law, including a case that's almost exactly on point out of the city of San Diego, which shows that a month-to-month lease from a former RDA may be terminated by an agency without violating anyone's civil rights, without violating relocation benefits. His client enjoyed decades of a relatively low rent in that unit, and has demanded tens of thousands of dollars in relocation benefits. When you calculate it out, the amount that he's asking for in relocation benefits would basically mean that he was there rent-free for the last 2 decades.
What unit are we talking about?
It's next to the bakery.
Tax.
It was the tax, yes. So I just wanted to briefly respond to it. Obviously, it looks like Mr. Gallivan and his client intend to escalate. We will vigorously defend the city, and we'll keep the council informed of any legal developments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Good. Okay. We'll go ahead and adjourn. Our next meeting is October 4th, 2023. Thank you.